Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the forgotten reaches of Middle-earth, where the blue hills rose like ancient sentinels against the eastern sky, mist clung to the valleys with the stubbornness of old memories. It was here, far from the bustling Shire, yet not quite in the wild lands beyond, that Drogo Baggins made his solitary home. Unlike most hobbits, who craved the comfort of community and second breakfasts taken in good company, Drogo preferred the whispers of the wind through mountain heather and the secrets the stars told on clear nights. Dawn had barely touched the highest peaks when Drogo woke that fateful morning. Something had called to him through his dreams, a voice without sound, a presence without form. The air felt different, charged with an ancient power that made the hair on his feet stand on end. Tonight would bring the new moon, and with it, a darkness perfect for watching the stars that had always fascinated him. Strange tidings today, he muttered to himself, his breath forming small clouds in the crisp mountain air as he stepped outside his modest burrow carved into the hillside. Ravens circled overhead, their calls harsher than usual, more urgent. Drogo had lived in these hills long enough to know when the land itself was trying to speak. He spent the day as he always did, tending his small garden, gathering mushrooms from secret spots only he knew, and reading from the curious collection of elvish scrolls he'd inherited from his mother. She had been considered peculiar even by Took standards, fascinated by the old tales of the First Age that most hobbits dismissed as nonsense, not worth pondering, when there were pies to be baked. As twilight descended and the new moon cast its absence across the sky, Drogo climbed to his favorite overlook. From here, he could see the distant shimmer of a mountain lake below and, on the clearest nights, what some said were the lights of the grey havens far to the west. He settled on a flat stone, pipe in hand, ready for his evening contemplation. That's when he heard it, a sound like crystal raindrops falling on silver. Following the ethereal sound, Drogo ventured into a narrow ravine he'd never fully explored, despite his decades in these hills. Moonlight seemed to gather rather than diminish as he descended, illuminating his path to a small grotto hidden behind a curtain of hanging vines. There, nestled among ancient roots that looked like gnarled hands protecting a treasure, stood a statue no taller than Drogo himself. It depicted a proud dwarf king, his beard flowing like solid waves to his belt, his eyes looking skyward in supplication or warning. Drogo couldn't tell which. What drew his breath away, however, were the tears, actual droplets that slid from the statue's stone eyes, shimmering with an inner light that transformed into liquid metal before pooling at the statue's feet. Mithril, Drogo whispered, recognizing the legendary metal from his mother's tales. As if responding to its name, a tear dropped directly onto Drogo's outstretched finger, where it spread like quicksilver across his skin. The world dissolved. Vast armies marched across blighted plains. A shadow rose in the north, blacker than the void between stars. Mountains crumbled. The very air tore open like fabric, revealing a realm of such terrible beauty that to glimpse it was to know both ecstasy and despair, and through it all 6 statues wept, their tears forming a chain of light across a map of Middle-earth. Drogo fell backward, gasping. The vision receded, but not the certainty it had branded into his mind. Something was coming, something that had not walked these lands since the Elder Days, when gods and monsters battled for the fate of the world. It took only 3 days for the first strangers to arrive. Drogo watched from hiding as a company of dwarves, grim-faced and heavily armed, established a camp at the foot of his hill. Their leader, a fierce-eyed dwarrodam with silver streaking her russet beard, issued orders with the confidence of one born to command. On the 7th day, as Drogo was contemplating whether to approach the dwarves or slip away unnoticed, 2 tall figures in midnight blue robes appeared as if from nowhere, standing at his very doorstep when he returned from gathering firewood. "Master Baggins," said the taller one, whose silver hair cascaded down his shoulders like moonlight on water. "I am LOTR. My companion is Pallando. We have traveled far to speak with you. How do you know my name?" Drogo clutched his bundle of sticks, aware of how poor a weapon they would make. The one called Pallando smiled, his darker features softening. "The mithril tears show what they will to whom they will. They have shown us the Erendil blood that flows in your veins, diluted by generations, but undimmed in power." Drogo nearly dropped his firewood. "Erendil, the mariner? That's just a story." "All stories are true in the right light," LOTR replied. "The dwarf statue you found is one of the 6 Watchers, created in the First Age to stand guard over the rifts in the world. For centuries, they remained dormant. Now they weep again, which can mean only one thing. The barriers between worlds grow thin," Pallando continued. "The void stirs. Morgoth seeks a way back into Arda." The names sent chills through Drogo's small frame. Even in the watered-down tales told in the Shire, Morgoth was the darkness before all darkness, the first great enemy whose malice had shaped the very geography of the world. "What has this to do with me?" Drogo asked, though in his heart he already knew. "The Tears have chosen you as the finder," LOTR said. "Only you can locate the remaining 5 Watchers. Only one of Erendil's line can awaken the spell contained within them, a spell that might strengthen the barriers or, if wielded differently, create a gateway." The days that followed passed in a blur. The dwarrodam, who introduced herself as Karun the Wise, appointed herself and her company as Drogo's protectors. The blue wizards became his guides. Together they journeyed east, following the whispered directions that came to Drogo in dreams sparked by the vial of mithril tears he now carried around his neck. They found the 2nd Watcher deep in the Iron Hills, the 3rd beneath the ruins of Esgaroth. Each statue wept its tears of mithril when Drogo approached, and each vision granted him revealed more of what was at stake and more of what was hidden from him. It was after discovering the 4th Watcher in the Dead Marshes that Drogo first noticed the subtle push in his mind, the way the blue wizards exchanged glances when they thought he wasn't looking, the careful way they phrased their explanations of what he should do when all 6 Watchers were found. "The spell must be used to seal the barriers," LOTR would say. "The tears must flow together," Pallando would add. Yet in his visions, Drogo had glimpsed another possibility, that the Watchers were not merely guards, but keys, and that what they kept at bay might not be only an enemy. The 5th Watcher waited in the shadow of Mordor, where the air still tasted of ash centuries after the fall of Sauron. Here, the tears showed Drogo a truth that stole his breath. The blue wizards had not remained in Middle-earth all these long years out of duty alone. They had fallen in love with this mortal realm, and they feared what might come through should the barriers between worlds collapse completely, not just Morgoth, but the Valar themselves, whose judgment they feared. They abandoned Middle-earth once. Pallando had whispered to LOTR when they thought Drogo asleep, "If they return, they will not leave it in our hands again." The final watcher stood atop the Tower Hills, within sight of the Grey Havens, where Círdan the shipwright still prepared vessels for the last journey west. As they approached, a storm of unnatural ferocity descended upon them. Lightning split ancient trees, and winds screamed with voices that formed words in no language Drogo knew yet understood in his bones. Karun and her dwarves formed a protective circle around him as they ascended the final slope. "The enemy knows what we attempt," she shouted above the gale. "Stand fast, little one. Your courage will be remembered in dwarf song for generations to come." At the summit, battered by elements gone mad, Drogo finally saw the sixth watcher and the dark figure waiting beside it. Cloaked in shadow deeper than night, it turned to reveal a face both terrible and beautiful, wearing a smile that promised both salvation and ruin. "I wondered which pawn they would choose," said the figure, its voice like the rumble of mountains moving. "A halfling descendant of the Star-bearer. How poetic." "Maglor," gasped LOTR, raising his staff. "Last of the Oathbound. We thought you lost." "Lost? No, waiting, as were you, blue ones, though for different masters." The ancient elf, last son of Feanor, stepped toward Drogo. "They have not told you everything, child of dust. The tears can indeed strengthen the barriers between worlds, or they can shatter them completely. What they fear is not merely the return of the darkness, but judgment for their own abandonment of duty. Do not listen to his lies," Pallando warned, but doubt had taken root in Drogo's heart. The storm reached its crescendo as Drogo approached the final watcher. As before, mithril tears began to flow, but this time they rose into the air, drawing the contents of his vial to join them. The liquid metal formed a spinning mirror before him, in which he saw not one future, but many, intersecting, diverging, flowing like the tears themselves. In one, the barriers strengthened, and Middle-earth continued, free from divine intervention, but slowly fading, its magic diminishing until only memory remained. In another, the barriers shattered, and terrible judgment came upon all, but also renewal, a remaking of what had been broken. "Choose," whispered Maglor, "shield or sword, preservation or transformation, neither path is without pain." Karun stepped forward, her axe lowered. "The choice was always yours, Drogo Baggins. Unlike these ageless ones, we dwarves understand that all making requires breaking. All creation demands sacrifice." As the six mithril tears hovered before him, awaiting his command, Drogo Baggins, smallest and most unlikely of heroes, closed his eyes and made his choice. For in the end, it was not the blood of legends that guided him, but the simple wisdom that hobbits had always known, that even the smallest hands may shape the course of the future if they remember what is truly worth preserving. The tears fell, the spell awakened, and the fate of Middle-earth was forever changed. Story 2. The golden leaves of Lothlórien had ceased their eternal dance. Where once melodious voices wove through branches like silver threads through cloth, an unnatural silence now reigned. The stream of Nimrodel no longer sang its ancient verses, and the Malorn trees stood frozen, as though listening for a sound that would not come. It was into this uncanny stillness that Peregrine Took, Pippin to his friends in the Shire, stepped with reverent trepidation. The small hobbit clutched a leather-bound journal to his chest, its pages worn from constant reference, filled with careful transcriptions of elvish legends that most of his kind would dismiss as nonsense, not worth the paper. But Pippin had always been different. his mind wandering beyond the comfortable borders of the Shire to ancient tales of valor and magic. "By the Valar," he whispered, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. The welcoming lamps that should have illuminated the forest paths remained unlit. No elven guardians greeted him with arrows nocked, as was their custom with uninvited guests. Something was terribly wrong. Ahead, the great city of Caras Galadon rose among the mighty trees, its spiraling staircases winding around massive trunks, connecting flets and platforms adorned with intricate latticework. Yet no lights glimmered from those elevated dwellings, and no movement could be discerned among the elegant arches. Pippin had arrived 3 days prior at the borders of the Golden Wood after a journey that had begun with the arrival of a messenger, a hawk bearing a silver token stamped with the mark of Galadriel herself. The token had come to him specifically, passed over the heads of wizards and kings. Why a hobbit scholar with an unusual passion for elvish history had been summoned remained a mystery that quickened his steps despite his growing apprehension. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and fair, with eyes that had witnessed the passing of countless seasons. Glorfindel, the legendary warrior reborn from death itself, regarded the hobbit with barely concealed impatience. "You have come late, halfling. The silence grows deeper." Pippin straightened his waistcoat, attempting to appear more composed than he felt. "I came as swiftly as 4 hobbit legs could carry me, Master Glorfindel." "Perhaps if you'd sent the eagles instead of a hawk." The elf lord's expression softened slightly. "Follow me. She waits, though for how much longer I cannot say." They ascended through the city, passing elves who stood like living statues, their eyes following the unlikely pair with desperate hope. At last, they reached the highest platform where Celeborn sat beside a figure draped in gossamer white. Pippin's breath caught in his throat. The Lady Galadriel, she whose wisdom and power had shaped the fate of Middle-earth through 3 ages, sat motionless upon her seat. Her legendary golden hair had lost its luster, appearing dull as tarnished metal. More alarming still, her right hand, resting upon the arm of her chair, had turned completely to stone, a perfect marble sculpture from fingertips to wrist. "The petrification spreads," Celeborn spoke, his voice heavy with grief. "It began 7 nights past, after she looked into her mirror and collapsed without a word." "But why summon me?" Pippin asked, his voice small in the presence of such august company. "Surely Gandalf or Lord Elrond—" "They cannot help," Glorfindel interrupted, "nor any of the wise. The mirror's vision showed you, Peregrine Took, before it went dark forever." Celeborn gestured to Galadriel's other hand, which still clutched a parchment. She wrote but a single line before the affliction took hold of her voice. "The halfling scholar holds the key to what stirs beneath the Hitheglir." "The misty mountains," Pippin translated automatically, his mind already racing through legends connected to those peaks. There are many tales. Dragons, goblins, ancient dwarvish kingdoms." Galadriel's eyes suddenly focused on him, and though her lips did not move, her voice resonated within his mind, weak but clear. "The pages, little one, the pages you have studied that others overlooked." Pippin fumbled with his journal, flipping through dog-eared pages filled with cramped Western script, interspersed with careful attempts at elvish calligraphy. "I've collected obscure tales for years. Fragments mostly, pieces others thought unimportant." His fingers stopped at a particular entry. Notes taken from a crumbling text found in Michael Delving's modest library, traded from Rivendell centuries ago and forgotten on a dusty shelf. "The Lament of Menelvagor," he read aloud. telling how Lúthien's tears fell upon the mountains after Beron's first death, one tear crystallizing with such pure sorrow that it contained a fragment of the power she inherited from Melian the Maya. Galadriel's mental voice strengthened. Yes, the Tear of Lúthien, ancient beyond measure, the only remedy for Dragonstone curse. Dragonstone. Pippin's eyes widened. But that would mean a dragon sleeps beneath the mountains, Celeborn confirmed grimly. Not one of Morgoth's brood like Smaug, but older, one of the cold drakes from the northern waste, who fled south after the War of Wrath. Its very breath carries the petrifying curse that now afflicts the lady. Glorfindel's hand moved to his sword hilt. We must find this tear and return with it before the curse completes its work. The lady has perhaps a fortnight before it reaches her heart. 3 days later, Pippin found himself traversing narrow mountain paths alongside Glorfindel and a small company of elven warriors. His pack contained precious little besides his journal, some provisions, and a crystal vial meant to carry the tear if, when, they found it. The text mentioned a hidden vale below Caradhras, Pippin said, consulting his notes as they rested briefly. A place where stone weeps and water remembers. Rather poetic, but not terribly specific. Glorfindel gazed northward, his expression unreadable. There is something you should know, Master Took. The dragon we seek, I have encountered it before. The hobbit nearly dropped his journal. You fought a dragon and didn't lead with that information. A shadow passed over the elf lord's perfect features. I did not fight it. I made a pact with it long ago. After my return to Middle-earth, I was tasked with containing certain ancient evils that remained. This cold drake, Nathanor, was too powerful to destroy, so I bound it to slumber beneath the mountains with an oath sworn on my immortal flame. Then why has it awakened now? Pippin asked. That is what troubles me. The binding should have held for ages yet. Glorfindel's eyes narrowed. A days unless someone deliberately broke it. Their path led them deeper into the mountains, through ravines where the wind howled like mourning spirits. On the 5th day, they discovered a narrow cleft in the mountainside, easily missed if not specifically sought. Beyond lay a sight that stole Pippin's breath, a small valley where waterfall-fed pools descended in tiers, each reflecting the sky in perfect mirror-like stillness. Stone weeps and water remembers, he whispered, recognizing the description from his notes. At the lowest pool, a singular crystal formation hung from the rock face, droplets falling rhythmically into the water below. Unlike ordinary stalactites, this formation glowed with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The tear, Glorfindel breathed. Preserved in stone, yet still living. As Pippin approached the formation, journal clutched tightly in his trembling hands, a low rumble shook the ground. The pools rippled, their perfect reflections distorting. Too late, came a voice from behind them, familiar yet wrong, like honey mixed with poison. They turned to find Lindir, the gentle minstrel of Rivendell who had accompanied their party, his face twisted in a smile that never belonged there. You always were too trusting, Glorfindel, the minstrel said, his voice deepening, body elongating as glamour fell away. A simple song was all it took to break your binding, music against music, artfully applied over centuries of patience. Megathor, Glorfindel hissed, drawing his sword, dragon mage. The transformed figure laughed. I have worn many disguises while seeking my freedom. Lindir was but the latest, giving me access to both Imladris and Lothlórien, to study your defenses and magics. You cursed Lady Galadriel, Pippin accused, surprising himself with his boldness. The first of many, the dragon mage replied. Her mirror was coming too close to revealing me. Soon, All the remaining high elves will turn to stone, fitting monuments to their fading glory. The ground beneath them cracked as something massive shifted far below. The dragon was awakening from its long slumber, responding to its master's call. Glorfindel launched himself at Megathar, his sword glowing with ancient power. The elven warriors followed, but found themselves battling shadows that rose from the pools, reflections given malevolent life. Pippin, forgotten in the chaos, did what hobbits do best. He made himself invisible through sheer inconspicuousness. Clutching his journal, he crept toward the crystallized Tear while battle raged around him. The dragon mage's voice rose in a terrible incantation that made the very air shudder. Glorfindel fought valiantly, but even his reborn power struggled against magic this ancient. Reaching the Tear, Pippin hesitated. His notes mentioned nothing about how to harvest it. Would touching it burn him, freeze him, turn him to stone? Knowledge untested is merely trivia. Peregrine Took, he muttered to himself, recalling his old grandfather's words. Raising his crystal vial, he read aloud from his journal the elvish lament of Lúthien, words of sorrow and hope intertwined. As the last syllable fell from his lips, the crystallized formation pulsed brightly, a single perfect droplet detaching and falling not into the pool but hovering in midair before him. Pippin captured it in the vial, which immediately grew warm against his palm. Megathor screamed in rage, sensing what had occurred. The halfling, stop him! But it was too late. The Tear of Lúthien, captured in its vessel, flared with blinding light. Knowledge flooded Pippin's mind, not just the fragments he had collected over years of study, but their completions, the full stories behind each shard. "Glorfindel!" he called out, understanding flowing through him like the very music of Arda. The binding oath, it wasn't broken, it was corrupted. The elf lord, locked in combat with the dragon mage, glanced toward him. "What? The oath was sworn on your immortal flame, but flame can be reflected." Pippin held up the vial, where the tear glowed like a captured star. Reflections and echoes, that's how he twisted your magic without breaking it. Understanding dawned on Glorfindel's face. With renewed purpose, he drove the dragon mage back toward the pools, where countless reflections shimmered. "You corrupted my oath through reflections," the elf lord declared. "And let us see how you fare when all reflections speak truth." Pippin uncorked the vial and, with a silent prayer to whatever powers might be listening, poured the Tear of Lúthien into the highest pool. The liquid light cascaded down, merging with each tear until every pool blazed with unbearable radiance. Megathar shrieked as his reflections in the water revealed his true form. Neither elf nor man, but a twisted amalgamation, caught between dragon and humanoid. The revealing light stripped away his magical protections, leaving him vulnerable. "Now, Glorfindel!" Pippin cried. The elf lord's sword plunged into the dragon mage's heart, not with rage, but with the solemn finality of an oath fulfilled. As Megathor fell, the rumbling beneath the mountain subsided. The awakening dragon, bound once more to slumber without its master's call. From the pools, a mist rose, coalescing into a small crystalline vial in Pippin's hand. The tear reformed, ready to be carried back to Lothlórien. The golden wood was singing again when they returned. The malorn trees swayed with new vigor, and elven voices once more wove melodies through the ancient branches. In her chamber, Galadriel stood restored, her stone hand returned to living flesh by the power of the tear. "Knowledge saved what strength could not," she said, smiling down at the Hobbit scholar. "You have written a new chapter in the history of the Eldar." Peregrine Took. Pippin blushed to the tips of his pointed ears. "I merely read what others overlooked, my lady. And therein lies wisdom greater than that of many sages," Celeborn observed. But sometimes the smallest footnote contains the greatest truth. As Pippin prepared to journey home, his journal now containing the full tale of their adventure, Glorfindel approached him with a gift, a small crystal pendant shaped like a teardrop. Not the tear itself, the elf lord explained, but a token of remembrance. Let it remind you that even the smallest scholar can illuminate the darkest lore. Pippin accepted the gift with a bow. As he turned his face toward home, he reflected that while the great warriors and wizards of Middle-earth would continue to shape its destiny with sword and staff, sometimes a hobbit with a book could make all the difference. For in the end, it is not always the hand that wields the sword that saves the day, but the mind that remembers the stories others have forgotten. Story 3. The dawn light crept hesitantly through the round window of Samwise Gamgee's forge, casting honeyed beams across the worn wooden floor and illuminating motes of dust that danced like tiny golden spirits. Unlike most hobbits who preferred the comforts of cooking, gardening, or the brewing of fine ales, Sam had always found his calling in the rhythmic song of hammer-meeting anvil. His modest smithy sat at the edge of Hobbiton, just far enough that the constant ringing wouldn't disturb his neighbors' afternoon naps, yet close enough that any hobbit requiring a repaired kettle or new gardening tools needn't walk too far. This morning, however, the forge remained cold, the hammer still. Sam knelt in his small garden behind the smithy, dirt caking his sturdy fingers as he carefully extracted the peculiar object that had caught his eye. It had appeared overnight, pushing up through his prized tomato patch like a plant of metal rather than flesh. A small, glowing nugget no larger than a chestnut, yet heavier than any stone Sam had ever lifted. "Now, what might you be?" Sam murmured, turning the strange metal in his palm. It thrummed with an inner light that shifted between azure and silver, pulsing like a tiny heart. More curious still, it seemed to whisper, not with words exactly, but with sensations that tickled the edges of his consciousness. Images of fire and metal, of hammers striking and sparks flying, flashed behind his eyes. Without fully understanding why, Sam carried the metal into his forge and stoked the flames higher than he ever had before. The bellows groaned in protest as he pumped them furiously, driving the temperature beyond what should be possible in such a humble setup. When he finally placed the strange nugget into his crucible, it melted with surprising ease, flowing like water rather than metal, its blue-silver light never dimming despite the heat. Working through instinct rather than training, Sam found his hands moving of their own accord, pouring the molten substance into a simple ring mold he used for practice. As the metal cooled, the whispers grew stronger, ancient voices speaking of depths and heights, of darkness sealed away and worlds held apart. By midday, a perfect ring of blue mithril sat upon his anvil, still glowing with its inner light. It's beautiful," Sam whispered, reaching out but hesitating to touch it. Something about the ring felt important, far too important for a simple hobbit blacksmith from the Shire. The decision was made for him when the ring suddenly leapt upward, slipping onto his finger as though drawn there by some unseen force. A shock ran through Sam's body, images flooding his mind, vast mountain halls, ancient forges deep beneath stone, and terrible shadows with flames for eyes that sought to break through from darkness into light. The visions ended as abruptly as they began, leaving Sam gasping for breath, the blue mithril ring cool against his skin, despite the forge's heat. Before he could gather his wits, a sharp rapping came at his door. 7 dwarves stood outside, clad in traveling gear that bore the dust of many leagues. Their leader, a dwarro dam with silver streaking her dark beard and determination hardening her gaze, stepped forward. "Samwise Gamgee," she said, her voice rich and deep as mountain stone. "I am Dis, daughter of Thrain, sister of Thorin Oakenshield. We have come for what you found. Begging your pardon, but I don't recall inviting any dwarves to my doorstep," Sam replied, instinctively tucking his ringed hand behind his back. Dis's eyes narrowed. "That metal you wear was not meant to be discovered for another age. Its emergence now can mean only one thing: the seals are weakening." "Seals? What seals?" Sam asked, stepping back as the dwarves moved forward. The seals that keep the Nameless Ones imprisoned." Dis nodded toward Sam's hidden hand. "What you wear is blue mithril, azuril we call it in our ancient tongue. It exists to bind worlds together or to tear them apart. And its appearance in your garden is no chance happening, Master Hobbit." Before Sam could process this information, a cold wind swept through Hobbiton, strange for the summer day, carrying with it a scent of sulfur and ash. In the distance, toward the east, dark clouds gathered unnaturally fast, spinning like a maelstrom around the highest peak of the Weather Hills. "Too late," one of the dwarves muttered. "It begins." "What begins?" Sam demanded, his patience wearing thin despite his ingrained politeness. "The awakening," Dis replied grimly. "An ancient evil stirs in the depths of Angmar, one that remembers the world before sun and moon. We believed it safely sealed, but now," she gestured at Sam's ring, "the azuril has revealed itself because it is needed, and you, Samwise Gamgee, have been chosen to wield it." 2 weeks later, Sam stood at the gates of Moria, the legendary dwarf kingdom now reclaimed after centuries of abandonment. His plain hobbit clothes had been replaced by a strange mixture of dwarvish armor, sized for his small frame, and elven cloth that seemed to shift colors with his movements. At his belt hung a hammer, unlike any in the Shire, Earthshaker, the dwarves called it, forged by Dis herself from star iron and meant to channel the power of the azuril ring. The deep forge lies at the lowest level," Dis explained as they descended endless staircases that spiraled into the mountain's heart. There, with the heat of the earth itself, the first rings of power were crafted, though few remember that tale now. Sam nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. Since leaving the Shire, his world had expanded in ways he could never have imagined. He had crossed paths with elves who spoke in riddles about his destiny, seen ancient maps that showed the hidden paths between worlds, and learned that his simple garden in Hobbiton sat atop a nexus point, a place where the barriers between dimensions grew thin. Most importantly, he had begun to learn the art of true smithing. Not the simple work of mending kettles and crafting hinges, but the deep craft that the dwarves called Kuzdul Zahar, soul forging, where metal and spirit intertwined. Each night, Dis and her kin had taught him techniques passed down through generations, showing him how to listen to the metal, to hear its song, and shape it not just with hammer and fire, but with will and intent. The azuril ring had grown with him, sometimes flowing like liquid to cover his entire hand during training, other times contracting to a thin band that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Through it, Sam could sense the wrongness growing in the world, a pressure building as something ancient scratched at the boundaries of reality. "Here we are," Dis announced as they entered a vast circular chamber. Unlike the geometric precision of most dwarvish architecture, this room seemed almost organic, its walls flowing in curves that hurt the eye if observed too long. At its center stood an anvil of black stone, veined with glowing red lines like exposed lava. "The World Anvil," whispered one of the younger dwarves reverently. "Upon this anvil we will forge the seals anew," Dis explained to Sam. "Your azuril, shaped by your will through our teaching, is the key. But be warned, the enemy will sense our purpose once we begin. We must work quickly." As if summoned by her words, a deep tremor shook the chamber, dust raining from the distant ceiling. The temperature rose dramatically, and a red glow that had nothing to do with forges or lava began to emanate from a sealed archway at the chamber's far end. "It comes," Dis hissed, urgency replacing ceremony. "Forge, Samwise. Forge as we taught you." Sam approached the ancient anvil, feeling woefully inadequate. He was no hero from legend, no mighty warrior or wise wizard, just a hobbit who had been content with his small life until blue metal had pushed through his tomato plants. Yet as his ringed hand touched the world anvil's surface, certainty flooded through him. The azuril flowed from his finger, expanding across the anvil's surface. Sam raised Earthshaker high, and as he brought it down, he poured his will into the metal, not thoughts of sealing or binding, but of home. Of the Shire's green hills and clear streams, of simple joys and peaceful days. His hammer fell again and again, each strike sending a wave of blue light rippling outward. The sealed archway across the chamber cracked, then shattered. Through it stumbled a creature of nightmare, twice the height of a man, with skin like burning coal and wings of shadow and flame. A Balrog, one of the ancient demons of might that had served Morgoth in the first age of the world. "The seal breaker," it rumbled, voice like an avalanche. "After all these ages, freedom beckons." The dwarves formed a protective semicircle around Sam and the anvil, axes and war hammers raised. But Sam knew they stood no chance against such a foe. The azuril on the anvil had taken shape now, no longer a simple ring, but an intricate net of blue metal, still connected to Sam by a thin strand wrapped around his finger. The Balrog took a thunderous step forward, its heat scorching the very air. "That trinket cannot hold me, halfling. I am fire and fury, from before your kind walked beneath the sun." Sam looked up from his work, meeting the demon's gaze with unexpected steadiness. "Maybe so," he replied, "but you don't know much about hobbits. Then, we're a stubborn lot, especially when it comes to protecting home." With those words, Sam struck one final blow. The azuril net exploded outward, expanding in the blink of an eye to envelop the Balrog in a cocoon of blue light. The demon roared, thrashing against its bonds, but with each movement, the net tightened, constricting until the massive being was compressed to a sphere no larger than a hobbit's head. The strain on Sam was immense. Sweat poured down his face as he maintained his connection to the azuril, preventing the Balrog from breaking free. His arm trembled as he raised Earthshaker one last time. "Die for the Shire," he whispered, and brought the hammer down upon the azure sphere. A thunderclap of power knocked everyone off their feet. When the dust settled, the Balrog was gone. In its place, embedded in the chamber floor, sat a perfect blue gem the size of an apple, pulsing with internal fire now safely contained. "The heart of Angmar," Dis breathed, approaching cautiously. "You did not just seal it away, Samwise Gamgee. You transformed it." Sam slumped to his knees, exhausted beyond measure. The azuril had returned to a simple ring on his finger, though it now bore intricate patterns that seemed to tell the story of what had transpired. "Can I go home now?" he asked wearily. Dis smiled, helping the hobbit to his feet. "Yes, Forge Master, your work here is done." When Sam returned to the Shire months later, few noticed any change in him. He resumed his work at the forge, mending pots and crafting hinges as before. Only the most observant might have noticed that his simple creations now lasted longer than seemed natural, or that gardens near his smithy grew with particular vigor. The blue ring remained on his finger, a reminder of worlds beyond the Shire's borders and depths beneath the mountains that most hobbits would never know. Sometimes in the quiet evening hours, Sam would sit before his forge, hammer in hand, listening to the whispers of metal and flame, keeping watch over a peaceful world that would never know how close it had come to burning. For in the grand tales of Middle-earth, not all heroes wield swords or cast spells. Sometimes, the most important among them simply shape the metal that binds worlds together, one careful hammer blow at a time. Story 4. Where the eastern edge of the world seemed to dissolve into shadow, the ancient trees of Mirkwood stood like silent sentinels, their twisted branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers clawing at the heavens. Once called Greenwood the Great, the forest had fallen under a creeping darkness that transformed it into a place where nightmares took root and grew alongside the ancient oaks. Few ventured willingly into its depths, and fewer still emerged unchanged, if they emerged at all. It was at this foreboding boundary that Frodo Lightfoot found himself on a misty autumn morning, his small hobbit frame nearly disappearing in the tall grass that bordered the forest's edge. Unlike most hobbits, who prided themselves on hearty meals and comfortable hobbit holes, Frodo had always been different, slighter in build, quieter in manner, and possessed of an uncanny ability to pass unseen when he wished. This gift had earned him his surname and made him something of an oddity in the Shire, but here, at the edge of darkness, it felt less like peculiarity and more like providence. Behind him lay the charred remains of what had once been the village of Woodhallow, the third such settlement to vanish in a fortnight, leaving nothing but ash and strange runes carved into the few trees that remained standing. The air still carried the acrid scent of destruction, yet strangely, no bodies had been found among the ruins. It was as if the villagers had simply disappeared. Frodo knelt to examine one of the runes more closely, his fingers hovering just above the strange symbol without touching it. To ordinary eyes, it might appear as nothing more than a crude carving, but to Frodo, it seemed to shimmer and shift, revealing glimpses of something else beneath its surface, like looking through water at a distorted reflection. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you," Frodo Lightfoot. The hobbit startled, turning to find a tall figure in grey robes standing where no one had been moments before. A wide-brimmed hat shadowed his features, but there was no mistaking the long beard or the staff that seemed more gnarled tree branch than walking aid. "Gandalf," Frodo acknowledged with a respectful nod. "These runes, they're not what they appear to be, are they?" The wizard's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "Most would see only scratches in bark. Your sight continues to intrigue, young hobbit." He knelt beside Frodo, his ancient joints creaking in protest. "These are binding marks, elvish in origin but corrupted, twisted to serve a purpose far from their original intent." "Elvish?" Frodo's eyes widened. But I thought the elves of Mirkwood were allies." "Most remain so," Gandalf said carefully, rising to his feet and gazing into the dark forest. "But there are older things in Mirkwood than Thranduil's kingdom, remnants of ages past when the shadow first fell upon these lands." The wizard's demeanor shifted then, urgency replacing scholarly interest. "The White Council debates while villages burn, but I have seen enough. The pattern of disappearances forms a circle, drawing ever closer to a center deep within the forest. Something is gathering strength, harvesting souls perhaps, and soon it will be powerful enough to extend its reach beyond these borderlands." "What does this have to do with me?" Frodo asked, though in his heart he already knew. Gandalf's eyes, deep as wells of ancient wisdom, fixed upon the hobbit. "You can see through illusions, Frodo Lightfoot. A rare gift in these deceptive times. I need someone who can perceive truth where others see only what they are meant to see." Before Frodo could respond, A cold wind swept through the ruins, carrying whispers that seemed almost like words. Distant voices calling in languages long forgotten. The runes etched into the trees briefly flared with sickly green light. "It knows we're here," Gandalf muttered, his staff suddenly aglow with white fire. "Oh, we must move quickly." The forest closed around them like a living entity, branches seeming to shift and intertwine overhead until the sky became nothing more than occasional glimpses of grey between leaves. What little sunlight penetrated the canopy appeared distorted, as if filtered through warped glass. Normal forest sounds, birdsong, rustling leaves, scurrying creatures were conspicuously absent, replaced by a heavy silence broken only by their own footfalls and, occasionally, sounds that had no natural explanation, distant chimes, soft laughter without mirth, and sometimes the distinct impression of trees whispering to one another in ancient, forgotten tongues. "Stay close," Gandalf warned as they followed an overgrown path deeper into Mirkwood. "The forest plays tricks on the mind. What seems certain may be false, and what appears false may be the only truth." Frodo nodded, his keen eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Where Gandalf saw only shadow and gloom, the Hobbit could perceive layers of enchantment, veils of magic hanging like gossamer curtains between trees, some ancient and benevolent, others new and malevolent, woven with purpose and dark intent. "Indeed, there are paths hidden within paths," Frodo observed, pointing to what appeared to be solid underbrush, but which, to his sight, concealed a narrow trail, and eyes watching from places that aren't there. Gandalf followed the hobbit's lead through the hidden path, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "Your gift is stronger than I anticipated, Frodo. Few even among the wise can see so clearly through the veils of Mirkwood." As they ventured deeper, the forest grew stranger still. Flowers bloomed that should not exist in Middle-earth, blossoms of midnight blue that chimed like tiny bells when disturbed, fungi that pulsed with inner light, and vines that seemed to reach purposefully toward them before retreating at the light of Gandalf's staff. Time itself felt different here, stretched and compressed in unnatural ways. On the third day, though it might have been the second or fourth, so difficult was it to track time's passage, they came upon a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of water, so still it resembled black glass. At the clearing's center stood a solitary figure, tall and fair as all Eldar, yet somehow wrong, like a beautiful painting whose proportions had been subtly altered to create unease rather than harmony. The figure turned, revealing a face of such ethereal beauty that even Frodo, with his piercing sight, found himself momentarily entranced. Long silver hair cascaded down shoulders, draped in robes that seemed woven from twilight itself. Yet in the elf's eyes burned a light that spoke not of the stars, as was common among the firstborn, but of something colder and more ancient. "Greetings, Mithrandir," the figure spoke, voice melodious yet discordant. "You trespass in my realm." "Your realm." Gandalf straightened, his staff planted firmly before him. "This forest belongs to no single power, Maglor." It never did. Frodo's breath caught at the name, Maglor, son of Fëanor, one of the great elven lords of the First Age, long thought lost to grief and wandering after the terrible oath that had driven him and his brothers to darkness. "You know me." The elf lord seemed pleased, though his smile never reached his eyes. "Few remember the names of the dispossessed now. Fewer still would recognize what remains of me. I know what you were," Gandalf replied carefully. "What you have become remains to be seen." Maglor's attention shifted to Frodo, his ancient gaze sharpening with interest. "You bring a halfling with true sight into my domain. Curious. The small folk rarely possess such gifts." Before Gandalf could intervene, the air around them thickened, congealing like honey, and Frodo found himself unable to move as Maglor glided closer, kneeling to study him with the clinical interest of a collector examining a rare specimen. "Your eyes," the Elf Lord whispered. "They see beyond the veils. How fascinating. Perhaps you can perceive what I have built here." With a gesture from Maglor, the clearing transformed, or rather, the illusion dropped away, revealing what had been hidden from even Gandalf's perception. The trees surrounding them were not trees at all, but petrified figures, humans, elves, even dwarves, frozen in postures of terror or supplication, their faces trapped in silent screams. The black pool at the center bubbled with dark energy, and suspended above it hung Maglor's greatest creation, a crystalline structure resembling a massive inverted tower within which hundreds of lights flickered like captured stars. "Souls!" Frodo gasped, understanding instantly. "You're harvesting souls." "Essence," Maglor corrected with the patience of a teacher. "Pure, undiluted life force." "For millennia I wandered in grief, carrying a silmaril that burned my flesh in righteous judgment. When at last I cast it into the sea, I believed my purpose ended." His eyes took on a fervent glow. "But here, in the shadows of Mirkwood, I found new purpose, to unmake the barriers between worlds, to tear open the very fabric that separates Arda from Valinor." "You seek to force your way into the undying lands," Gandalf realized, horror dawning on his face. "To demand judgment or forgiveness on your own terms. To break the chains of fate itself." Maglor's voice rose, power crackling around him. "Ma the Valar abandoned Middle-earth to darkness once. When my work is complete, they shall have no choice but to return, to face what their neglect has wrought." With a sudden gesture, Maglor sent tendrils of dark energy wrapping around Gandalf. The wizard fought back with his staff, white light clashing against shadow, but the Elf Lord had grown powerful from his harvested souls. Within moments, Gandalf was encased in a crystalline prison similar to the larger structure above the pool. "Your essence will be the keystone, Mithrandir," Maglor said almost regretfully, a servant of the Valar, unwillingly contributing to their judgment. Then he turned to Frodo, who remained paralyzed. "As for you, little seer, your gift is too valuable to waste. You shall witness the remaking of the world." With Gandalf captured and himself immobilized, Frodo felt despair threatening to overwhelm him. Yet as Maglor turned away to continue his dark ritual, the hobbit became aware of something small and warm in his pocket, something that hadn't been there before his meeting with Gandalf. Concentrating through the magical paralysis, Frodo managed to move his fingers just enough to touch the object. It was a small pouch, and within it he felt several smooth, round shapes, seeds. As his fingers made contact, he heard Gandalf's voice in his mind. "Galadriel's gift, light where all other lights go out." Understanding flooded through him. With tremendous effort, Frodo broke through enough of the paralysis to reach into the pouch and grasp one of the seeds. The moment it touched his palm, it began to glow with a pure silver light, the light of the stars of Valinor, preserved in living form by the Lady of Lothlórien. The light cut through Maglor's magic like a knife through cobwebs. Frodo found himself able to move again, though the Elf Lord remained distracted by his ritual. Quietly, the hobbit began moving among the petrified figures, placing a glowing seed at the base of each one. With every seed planted, the light spread, creating a network of silver lines along the ground that connected the victims in a complex pattern. By the time Maglor sensed the change and whirled around, Frodo stood at the edge of the black pool, the final seed clutched in his hand. "Stop!" The Elf Lord commanded, rage and fear mingling in his voice. "You cannot comprehend what you interfere with." Frodo met the ancient being's gaze steadily. "I understand more than you think, Maglor, son of Feanor. I see not just through your illusions, but through your pain as well." He held up the final seed, its light reflecting in the dark pool. Redemption doesn't come from breaking the world, but from healing what you can. Before Maglor could strike, Frodo dropped the seed into the black water. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then the pool erupted with light, silver radiance shooting upward to engulf the crystalline structure holding the captured souls. The network of light connecting the petrified victims pulsed once, twice, and then flared with blinding intensity. A sound like crystal shattering filled the clearing as Maglor's creation began to break apart. The souls contained within streamed outward, not escaping, but returning to their rightful vessels. One by one, the petrified figures began to transform back into living beings, confusion giving way to wonder as they were restored. Gandalf's prison shattered last, the wizard dropping to his knees, but immediately pushing himself upright. Staff raised defensively toward Maglor, but the Elf Lord made no move to attack. He stood transfixed, watching as his centuries of work unraveled before him. "It was never about judgment," Frodo said softly, approaching the ancient elf. "The light doesn't condemn. It reveals. Look." Where the black pool had been, a small mirror of silver water now reflected not the present surroundings, but the shores of a distant land where white ships awaited. "The way home was never closed to you," Gandalf said, his voice gentle as he joined Frodo. "The Valar did not abandon Middle-earth. They respected its right to chart its own course, just as they have always respected your right to choose your path, Maglor." The Elf Lord fell to his knees before the vision, tears streaming down his ageless face. "I believed myself unforgivable." "That was the true illusion," Frodo replied. The only one I couldn't help you see through until now." As Maglor gazed into the silver pool, the corruption that had twisted the forest began to recede. Light filtered through the canopy once more, and the air itself seemed to breathe more freely. The rescued villagers gathered around, their fear giving way to cautious hope as the forest slowly began to heal. Gandalf placed a hand on Frodo's shoulder. "You saw what I could not, small one, that sometimes the greatest darkness requires not destruction, but illumination." Frodo smiled up at the wizard, then looked back to where Maglor knelt in contemplation by the silver pool. The path forward, for all of them, would not be simple, but it had been revealed. And sometimes, as any hobbit could tell you, seeing the path clearly is the most important part of any journey worth taking. Story 5. The midnight bells of Bag End had just finished their 12th toll when a shadow passed across the round windows of Bilbo Baggins' comfortable hobbit hole. Most respectable hobbits would be deep in their dreams at such an hour, but Bilbo sat wide-eyed in his armchair, a half-finished cup of chamomile tea gone cold beside him. The day had been peculiar from the start. The sky an unusual shade of copper, the birds silent in the trees, and a persistent feeling of something imminent that had settled in his bones like the ache before a storm. When the knock came, 3 precise raps that seemed to echo with unnatural resonance. Bilbo wasn't surprised, merely resigned. Adventure, it seemed, had once again found its way to his doorstep. The figure that greeted him stood tall against the star-strewn sky, grey robes billowing in a breeze that carried the scent of distant pines and ancient stone. Gandalf, the Grey's face was carved with more concern than Bilbo had seen since their journey to the Lonely Mountain years before. "My dear Bilbo," the wizard began without preamble, "forgive the late hour, but darkness does not keep civil appointments. Before Bilbo could respond with his customary mixture of exasperation and hospitality, Gandalf swept inside, producing from his robes a small cloth bundle that pulsed with faint blue light. As he unwrapped it upon Bilbo's polished oak table, the hobbit gasped. There lay a fragment of metal unlike any he had seen before, twisted and broken, yet still somehow magnificent, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. A piece of the Key of Erebor, Gandalf explained, his voice grave. And he snapped off during the theft. The Key of Erebor. Bilbo frowned, memories stirring of a simple iron key that had once opened a hidden door into the lonely mountain. But that was merely a doorway key. Important, yes, but hardly worth stealing after the mountain was reclaimed. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. That, my friend, is what Thorin's company believed. What most believe still. But the key you carried was merely a shadow of its true self, disguised by Thrain before his capture. The true Key of Erebor is an artifact from the dawn of the Dwarven kingdoms, not merely a means to open doors of stone, but to seal away that which should never be unleashed. Outside, the wind rose suddenly, wailing around the corners of Bag End like a thing in mourning. Bilbo felt a shiver run through him that had nothing to do with the night air. What has been unleashed?" he asked, though part of him dreaded the answer. "Nothing yet," Gandalf replied, rewrapping the fragment carefully, "but the ancient chambers beneath Moria stir with awakening evil. The thief, a king of a fallen dwarf clan, corrupted by generations of exile and bitterness, seeks to use the key to unlock the first deep, where creatures from the time before the sun were sealed away by Durin himself." Bilbo sank back into his armchair, fingers drumming anxiously on the worn armrest. "And you need my help to retrieve this key, I suppose?" Quietly and unnoticed, as is a hobbit's particular talent. For the first time that night, a hint of a smile crossed the wizard's weathered face. Indeed, Bilbo Baggins. For who better to recover a stolen key than the master burglar himself? Dawn broke over the eastern horizon as an unlikely company made their way through the foothills of the Misty Mountains. Bilbo, dressed in traveling clothes that had lain folded in his cedar chest for too many peaceful years, walked alongside Gandalf. Behind them followed 7 dwarves, grim-faced and heavily armed, led by a stoic warrior with a forked beard dyed russet and grey. Balin sends his regards. The lead dwarf, who had introduced himself as 9 of the Iron Hills, informed Bilbo as they picked their way along a narrow path. And he would have come himself, but the restoration of Moria requires his constant attention. Restoration? Bilbo raised an eyebrow. After all this time? Aye. 9 nodded solemnly. The upper halls have been reclaimed, though the deeper levels remain treacherous. It was during the excavation that we discovered the ancient record speaking of the key's true purpose, and realized it had been stolen from its chamber of safekeeping. Their journey took them eastward for 3 days, until they reached the western gates of Moria. Not the grand entrance that Bilbo had heard tales of, but a smaller, secret door used by the dwarves who worked to reclaim their ancient homeland. Beyond the door lay corridors of breathtaking craftsmanship, walls of polished stone inlaid with veins of precious metals that caught the light of their torches and multiplied it tenfold. Yet as they descended deeper, the evidence of restoration gave way to neglect and ruin. Ancient halls bore scars of battles long forgotten, and in some passages they walked through blankets of fine dust that had lain undisturbed for centuries. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of time and stone and something else, a prickling metallic taste that made Bilbo's skin crawl. "We approach the boundaries of the reclaimed areas," 9 warned, as they paused before a massive stone archway covered in runes. Beyond lies the lightless way, the path to the First Deep. Gandalf studied the archway, his staff illuminating symbols that spiraled in complex patterns. "Ah, these are binding runes," he murmured, "warnings and wards against what lies below. They have been tampered with recently." "The thief has passed this way," confirmed an elf who had joined their company at the gates, Glaseth of the Woodland Realm, sent by Thranduil himself when word of the theft reached Mirkwood. Her keen eyes traced the damaged runes. And he knew precisely which bindings to weaken. Into the lightless way they ventured, their path lit only by Gandalf's staff and the faint luminescence of crystals embedded in the walls. Crystals that grew fewer and dimmer the deeper they traveled. The tunnels twisted and branched, but Nain led them unerringly, guided by ancient maps memorized by his line for generations. It was Bilbo who first noticed the whispering. At first, he thought it merely the natural sounds of the deep earth, the settling of stone, the distant drip of water. But gradually, the sounds took on rhythm and cadence, like voices speaking in a language too ancient to comprehend. "Do you hear that?" he asked, and his voice hushed. "The sleepers sense our presence," Gandalf replied grimly. "We must hurry." They quickened their pace, descending stairways that seemed carved for giants rather than dwarves, passing through halls where massive pillars disappeared into darkness above. Everywhere were signs of the thief's passage, discarded torches, disturbed dust, and most troubling, small obsidian markers placed at intersections, guiding the way back. "He plans to return," Nain growled. "With whatever he awakens below." At last, they came to a vast circular chamber with 7 tunnels branching from it, like spokes from a wheel. At the chamber's center stood an ancient altar of black stone, and upon it sat a dwarf facing away from them, his form hunched over something held in his hands. "King Nur," Nain called, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Return what you have stolen." The figure turned slowly, revealing a face once noble, now twisted with bitterness and something worse, a creeping darkness that veined his skin like tarnish on silver. In his hands glinted an object of impossible beauty, a key nearly the length of Bilbo's forearm, crafted from a metal that shimmered with inner light, adorned with gems that seemed to contain galaxies within their depths. "Return!" King Nur's voice rasped like stone grinding against stone. "This was never theirs to keep. The key belongs to all Moria, not just the line of Durin who hoarded glory and wealth while my people withered in exile." The key was not hidden out of greed. Gandalf stepped forward, staff raised. It was sealed away because of what it can unleash, what it was designed to contain. Nur smiled, revealing teeth sharpened to points. "Yes. Power. Ancient and terrible. Power enough to restore my kingdom, to carve a new realm from the bones of those who abandoned us." As he spoke, the key began to pulse with stronger light, and the whispering from the tunnels grew louder, more insistent. Cracks appeared in the floor around the altar, seeping darkness rather than light. "Nain, secure the chamber entrances," Gandalf commanded. "Glaseth, prepare your enchantments." "Bilbo?" But the hobbit had already slipped from view, utilizing his uncanny ability to go unnoticed. While Nur's attention fixed on Gandalf and the others, Bilbo crept around the perimeter of the chamber, making his way toward the altar from behind. What followed was chaos. Nur thrust the key into a hidden recess beneath the altar, turning it with a sound like the world itself unlocking. The floor split wider, and from the cracks emerged writhing shadows with eyes like burning embers. The dwarves formed a defensive circle, axes and hammers raised against the manifesting horrors. while Glasith's voice rose in ancient elvish spells that temporarily pushed back the darkness. Gandalf confronted Nur directly, his staff blazing with white light that forced the corrupted king to shield his eyes. Yet Nur's laughter cut through the tumult, confident and terrible. "Too late, wizard. The first deep opens. The nameless ones awaken." It was at this critical moment that Bilbo, having circled behind the altar, made his move. With reflexes honed by past adventures, he darted forward, seizing the key from its recess. The chamber shuddered as the opening to the first deep began to close once more, the shadows howling in rage. Nur whirled, his face contorted with fury. "You, the halfling thief!" "Burglar, if you please," Bilbo corrected, clutching the key to his chest as he backed away. The metal felt alive in his hands, thrumming with power and purpose. Through some instinct he couldn't name, he understood what the key truly was, not merely a lock for a door, but a seal upon reality itself, a boundary between the world of light and realms of ancient darkness. Nur lunged for him, fingers twisted into claws, but Nain intercepted the corrupted king, their bodies colliding with the sound of thunder. The two dwarves grappled at the edge of the closing chasm, Nur's strength enhanced by whatever darkness had claimed him. "The key, Bilbo," Gandalf called out. "You must decide its fate." And in that moment, as shadows writhed and battle raged around him, Bilbo Baggins faced the most difficult choice of his adventurous life. The key pulsed in his grasp, offering visions of possibility, restored glory for the dwarves, ancient knowledge recovered, power beyond imagining. Yet beneath these promises lurked something hungry and patient, something that had waited eons for freedom. With sudden clarity, Bilbo understood why a hobbit had been called to this task. Not for stealth alone, but for something inherent in the halfling's nature, an appreciation for simple joys over glory, for peace over power. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though whether to Nain or to history itself, he wasn't certain. With all his strength, Bilbo brought the key down upon the edge of the closing chasm. The artifact shattered, with a sound like the ending of worlds, fragments of its ancient metal scattering across the chamber. Each piece flared with blinding light, then dissolved into motes of luminescence that sealed the cracks in reality with finality. The shadows retreated, howling their defeat. Nur collapsed, the darkness leaving his form in tendrils of black vapor, leaving behind an aged dwarf who wept for what he had nearly wrought. The chamber grew still, save for the heavy breathing of the survivors and the soft patter of dust settling from the disturbed ceiling. "It is done," Gandalf said softly, helping Bilbo to his feet. "The key is no more, and with it, the means to unlock the first deep." Nain approached slowly, his expression unreadable. Bilbo tensed, uncertain if the dwarf would condemn him for destroying a priceless artifact of his people. "You chose rightly, Master Baggins," Nain said at last, placing a heavy hand on Bilbo's shoulder. "Some treasures are too dangerous to preserve, some doors best left sealed forever." As they began the long ascent back to the world of sunlight, Bilbo felt both heavier and lighter than before. In his pocket, he carried a single remaining fragment of the key, a sliver no larger than his smallest finger. Its power spent, but its beauty undiminished. A reminder of what had been averted, and of the wisdom sometimes found in destroying rather than preserving. For some keys, he reflected, unlock far more than mere doors of stone. And some burglars discover their greatest worth not in what they take, but in what they choose to leave behind. Story 6. The morning had dawned like any other in Hobbiton, with golden sunlight filtering through the emerald leaves and dancing upon the round doors of cozy hobbit holes. Yet Bilbo Bolsero felt a disquiet in the air, a tension that vibrated like the string of a poorly tuned harp. For 3 nights now, he had been awakened by the same haunting melody, a song that lingered in his mind like morning mist over the Brandywine River. The tune was beautiful, ancient and terribly wrong. Standing at his garden gate, pipe in hand, Bilbo observed Lobelia Sackville Baggins humming the very same melody as she trimmed her hedges with unusual precision. Her eyes, normally sharp with suspicion, now held a glassy, distant look. Across the lane, Farmer Maggot's boys marched in perfect unison, their feet keeping time to the same rhythm that had plagued Bilbo's dreams. "Something foul is afoot," Bilbo muttered, tapping his pipe against his palm, "and it's not just Lobelia's disposition." That evening, the Green Dragon Inn buzzed with activity, yet an eerie uniformity had settled over its patrons. Conversations flowed in rhythmic cadence, tankards raised and lowered in unconscious synchrony. Only young Frodo, recently come to live with Bilbo, seemed immune to the strange behavior. "Uncle," Frodo whispered, sliding onto the bench beside Bilbo, "have you noticed? Everyone's humming the same tune." Bilbo nodded gravely. 3 days now, and with each passing hour, they grow more alike. Old Gaffer Gamgee approached their table, his weathered face unnaturally serene. "Master Bilbo," he said, his voice lilting with the now familiar melody, "the Tyne requests a meeting of all hobbits tomorrow at dawn. Attendance is..." His eyes flickered briefly, as though fighting against some invisible force. "Mandatory." After the Gaffer departed, Bilbo leaned close to Frodo. "We shan't be attending that meeting, my boy. Pack a small bag tonight, essentials only." "Where are we going?" Frodo asked. "To find answers," Bilbo replied, his eyes darting to the ancient map framed above the hearth, depicting lands far beyond the Shire's borders. "And perhaps to save our home." By moonlight, they slipped away from Bag End, joined by only 3 others who had somehow resisted the song's influence. Young Samwise Gamgee, who claimed his love of real music, made the strange melody sound discordant to his ears. Meriadoc Brandybuck, who had stuffed his ears with wax after noticing his family's strange behavior. And Pippin Took, who simply insisted he had been too busy thinking about mushrooms to pay attention to any song. As they crested the hill beyond Hobbiton, Bilbo cast a glance back at the slumbering village. In the silver moonlight, he could swear he saw the houses pulsing gently, like hearts beating in unison. "My friends," Bilbo said solemnly, "something ancient has awakened, and I fear it has designs upon the Shire." Their journey took them first to Bree, where they discovered the affliction had not yet spread beyond Hobbit settlements. From there, guided by fragments of lore Bilbo had collected over decades of study, they travelled eastward toward the Weather Hills and the ruins of Fornost Irain, the ancient capital of Arnor. And in the archives of Rivendell, Bilbo explained as they made camp beneath the shadow of Weathertop, "I once read of a society called the Vigilant Concord, formed in the Second Age to guard against threats forgotten by common history." The ruins of Fornost loomed before them like the skeleton of a great beast, weathered stone teeth jutting against the twilight sky. As they approached, the wind carried whispers that seemed to form words just beyond comprehension. "This place is watched," Bilbo warned, his hand instinctively reaching for the ring in his pocket, a habit he had never fully broken, and not by orc or wolf. From the shadows emerged a tall figure clad in grey, his face obscured by a hood. "Few venture here willingly," the stranger said, his voice deep as mountain roots. "Fewer still bring halflings to these haunted halls. We seek the Vigilant Concord," Bilbo declared, stepping forward with courage that belied his small stature. A song plagues our homeland, a song that changes those who hear it. The hooded figure stiffened. "Follow," he commanded, turning abruptly toward a narrow crevice in the ruined wall that no eye would have noticed without guidance. Beyond lay a hidden valley, and nestled within it stood a structure neither fully above ground nor beneath it, a meeting place of stone and living wood, where branches formed arches and roots created foundations. Within its halls gathered a council unlike any the hobbits had ever seen, stern-faced men with ancient symbols embroidered on their cloaks, dwarves whose beards were braided with silver tokens of office, and elves whose eyes held the weight of millennia. At their center sat an elf woman of terrible beauty, her hair like spun moonlight, her eyes the deep blue of evening sky. "I am Elenoriel," she said, her voice carrying the music of falling water. "Keeper of memories for the vigilant Concord. The song has returned," the hooded guide announced to the assembly, throwing back his hood to reveal a weathered face framed by dark hair streaked with silver. "These halflings bring word from the Shire." Elenoriel's gaze fell upon Bilbo, and he felt as though she peered not at him, but through him, reading the very music that had troubled his dreams. "It is as we feared," she said at last. Melkoroth stirs in his dreaming prison. Through the night, the Concord revealed to Bilbo and his companions an ancient tale of Melkoroth, a fallen Maya who had served Morgoth in the First Age. When the Dark Lord was cast into the void, Melkoroth had escaped judgment by hiding within music itself, embedding his essence in a melody so beautiful that none who heard it could resist its influence. The Valar could not destroy him without destroying music itself, Elenoriel explained. So they bound him in dreams and set guardians to ensure he never fully awakened. But now he stirs, the silver-haired man added. His song reaches out, seeking vessels, minds to inhabit and bodies to command. "Why are we immune?" Frodo asked. "Why haven't we fallen under his spell?" A dwarf with a forked beard dyed crimson stepped forward. "The Harfoots," he said, his voice like grinding stone. "Your bloodline." Bilbo's brow furrowed. Harfoots. One of the 3 original Hobbit strains, yes, but what of it? Elenoriel's expression softened. In the early days of the Third Age, when Melkoroth first attempted to break free, it was the Harfoots who saved us all. Your ancestors made a sacred pact with Yavanna, offering their natural affinity for music in exchange for immunity to Melkoroth's influence. That is why hobbits, particularly those of Harfoot descent, have little talent for music beyond simple tavern songs, the silver-haired man added. It was sacrificed long ago as a shield for your people. But if that's true, Bilbo protested, why is the song affecting hobbits now? The pact weakens, Elenoriel said sadly. Few true Harfoots remain, and fewer still remember the countersong that once silenced Melkoroth. Countersong? Sam asked, his practical nature asserting itself. You mean there's a way to fight this melody with another? A nod passed through the conquered. Der melody woven by Yavanna herself, the crimson-bearded dwarf confirmed, but it cannot be taught or learned. It must be discovered anew, composed by one with Harfoot blood who has never before created music. All eyes turned to Bilbo. Me, he sputtered. Compose a counter-melody. I've never written a note of music in my life. Precisely, Elenoriel smiled. The counter-song must come from untapped potential, from music that might have been if not for the ancient sacrifice. The days that followed were among the strangest of Bilbo's long and adventure-filled life. While his young companions trained with the Concord, learning ancient arts of resistance against magical influence, Bilbo sat in a garden of stone, struggling to find music in his soul. "I don't hear anything but birds and wind," he complained to Elenoriel on the 5th day, "and my own grumbling stomach." "That is because you are listening with your ears," she replied. "You must listen with memory, with blood, with the echoes of what was surrendered." On the 7th day, a messenger arrived bearing dire news. The afflicted hobbits had begun to march eastward, their movements synchronized, their eyes vacant. They carried no weapons but advanced with singular purpose. They come to free him. The silver-haired man, who had introduced himself as Arathon, declared, "Melkoroth has gained enough influence to direct them to his prison." "Where is this prison?" Frodo asked. "Beneath the Barrow Downs," Arathon replied grimly. "In darkness, deeper than tombs." That night, as Bilbo sat alone beneath stars that seemed colder and more distant than ever before, he felt a presence beside him. Turning, he found not Elenoriel or any member of the Concord, but a shimmering figure of a woman clad in robes of green and gold, her hair a cascade of flowers and leaves. "Lady Yavanna," Bilbo whispered, recognizing her from ancient tapestries. "Little one." Her voice rustled like autumn leaves. "The music is within you, buried beneath generations of silence. To find it, you must first understand what was lost." She touched his forehead gently, and Bilbo gasped as visions flooded his mind, of ancestors dancing beneath starlight, of complex harmonies woven by hobbit voices that put elven choirs to shame, of music that made the very earth respond with abundance. "This was our birthright," Bilbo asked, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. "And your salvation," Yavanna replied, "for in sacrifice there is power unmatched by any sorcery." When dawn broke, Bilbo gathered the Concord and his friends. His eyes shone with purpose, his stance more confident than it had been since their journey began. "I cannot compose the counter-song," he announced, "for it already exists, not as notes to be played or words to be sung, but as silence deliberately chosen." Confusion rippled through the gathering. "The Harfoots didn't surrender music," Bilbo continued, his voice gaining strength. "They transformed it into silence, purposeful, protective silence. Our counter-melody isn't a song at all. It's the absence of song, the space between notes, the rest that gives meaning to music." He turned to his fellow hobbits. "We shall combat Melkoroth's melody not by singing against it, but by remembering why we chose silence. By standing in the spaces between his notes and refusing to bridge them with our voices." And so, when the enthralled hobbits reached the Barrow Downs, they found Bilbo and his companions waiting, standing in perfect stillness, their minds focused on the ancient pact. As Melkoroth's song reached its crescendo, seeking to crack open his prison with the voices of his unwitting servants, Bilbo stepped forward. He opened his mouth not to sing, but to embrace silence with such profound intention that it became a force of its own. The silence of fertile soil before the seed sprouts, the silence of dawn before birdsong, the silence of love before it is declared. The enthralled hobbits faltered, the melody dying on their lips. One by one, they blinked, confusion giving way to recognition. The song that had bound them dissipated like mist beneath the morning sun. Deep beneath the downs, Melkoroth's prison remained sealed, his influence once more contained by the power of chosen silence. In the days that followed, as the hobbits returned to the Shire with no memory of their ordeal, Bilbo found himself changed. Though he still enjoyed the simple tavern songs and hiking tunes of his people, he now understood them as echoes of a greater music, not lesser for their simplicity, but profound in their deliberate restraint. And on quiet evenings, when the stars emerged like silver notes upon the dark score of night, Bilbo would sit in his garden, pipe in hand, and listen to the silence between heartbeats. The true song of the Harfoots, more beautiful in its absence than any melody could be in its presence.